Well, that was an interesting false start. If you don't know already, my name is Kevin G Nicholson, and I am the host of this YouTube channel. And I'm looking up to you. We are currently listening to Electric Euphoria, my album released on Spotify, Apple Music, yada, 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 yada. Please go out, find them, play them. That's what we're listening to tonight. I'll probably be breaking out the guitar in a little bit. It's going to be a good time for me. And then we'll see who else unexpectedly stops in. It might be a decent guy. It might be an Eric. It might be a, wibbly wobbly. A fliggity floggly. We don't know. But it's Saturday night. 10 p.m. April 20th. 420, dude. 2024. I'm going to be here with you at least until midnight. At most, we could enter what is now known as sleep stream, which is I have a good time chatting with everyone, and then I just pass out with the stream still going. Which, is it just kind of happens. So it's I appreciate you coming by and hanging a little bit. I'm gonna pick that up a little more. I feel like I just don't have you high enough. I feel like I just need to lift you another. Yeah, like that. See if that does it a little better for me. It's all about the art of the. There we go. I feel a little better. I'd like to give you guys a nice bird's eye view. That makes everything better. You get to look down at me like a hawk. So yeah, it's 10 o'clock when we got here. Oh. Coca-Cola. 10 o'clock is my is beer o'clock, and that's when the Natty Ice Challenge usually starts. But I'm taking it easy. I'm not going right to the beer quite yet. I can hang out here and listen to a little music, and I celebrate 420 while it's still here. Because 420 needs to be celebrated, especially in states where it's been made recreationally legal. Happy 420. My Sherlock is loaded. Sherlock and loaded. Who are you? Now I can see you, yeah. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you for celebrating 420 with me. It's a beautiful holiday of marijuana bliss. Is that a thing? Marijuana bliss? It is now. Happy Saturday night. This is everything I wanted to do on a Saturday night and more. Excuse me. I just had, let me show you, my crack for the day. Oh, Chef Boyardee pizza sauce. Oh, it was glorious. Of course, made even more tasty by Sherlock and Loaded. So, also, still sporting the cool t-shirt, which some people might think is self-promoting, and it is. I am on the never-ending quest to end oppressive Nazi feminism and to make people laugh at anything other than my genitalia size. Although that seems to do it right there. Let's take one look and they just start laughing. I start crying and crying. It's not a pretty picture. So yeah, that's what I'm about. That's where I'm at. That's what's going on, man. Thanks for chilling out at 420 with me. I'm Kevin G Nicholson. You are watching Dr. Daydream smoke marijuana from his Sherlock. It's been a glorious day. And it only gets more glorious the more time it goes on. I had someone stop by my stream last night. Made me very, very happy. The real world abuts. Let me do it with the fingers. It abuts the fantasy world, the YouTube world, and the real world do meet occasionally. Like actually a real person. Like I have physicality in the real world. But it doesn't always translate because you see people like Robin Williams. I never shook Robin Williams' hand, but I knew of him and I knew his body of work, so I felt like I knew him somehow. And I miss Robin Williams. I think the whole world misses Robin Williams. And I'm proud to exclaim that love for Mr. Williams, despite never having actually known him. It's just a vibe. And I'm here to share my vibe, my 420 vibe with you. Why? Because that's what I do. It's what I live for. To help poor, unfortunate souls like yourself. I'm going to cue the next music. So with flowers blooming all day long. My pansies are bright. I got flowers from last year that perennialed somehow. And it wasn't too cold. And even a little bit sunny towards the end. I'm a sucker for sun. I like sun. I like sunny days. I like warm weather. I mean, call me a rebel or something like that, but I that's kind of what I like. So, I think I know what you guys are waiting for, because I kind of advertised it, but I'm a little slow on the mark. I'd like you to see, yes, the LED bow tie. It's a thing of beauty. There we go. There's the seizure mode. And that's just kind of like the twinkly. So yeah, these are my my LED tie. Let me putting that on. There we go. Tuck that little battery in the cool shirt. There we are. So I released this album that we're listening to about 3 weeks ago. And I'm pretty pleased with how it came out. But it hasn't been released as widely as I would like it to have been. Happy holidays! Happy 420, folks! I'm on board. All on board. You know what? I think other people would be on board. They knew what was going on right now. You think they'd get on the ship? I mean, call it a hunch. But if there were a crowd here, what do you think they'd be doing? Sir, thank you. Thank you. Okay, please, please. It's Saturday night. You're unharmed. You're still present. And you still have a charge on your battery. What more could you ask for? You're warm, you're sheltered. In this very moment, no worries. It's gonna be a beautiful show today. It's gonna be a beautiful day today. It's gonna be a beautiful day tomorrow. Please enjoy yourselves responsibly. I hate it when they tell me to drink responsibly. I'm like, what's the point of drinking if I'm going to drink responsibly? Well, what we really meant to say is don't drink and drive, because the law doesn't like that sort of thing. Because then you crash into like the side of restaurants and stuff. I mean, I don't, but I know people who have. And they say that's a bad... you are the liquor. Liquor, I don't even know her. You can't ask me to just go right in there. What if she's got, like, you know, some yeast going on? What if I'm lactose? What if I'm gluten free? And I want to stay gluten free, and she's got yeast problems. It's frowned upon. That's what I'm saying. Are you sure this isn't the liquor talking? Randy, I am the liquor. It looks like the troops are starting to assemble. What a great thing. Isn't that great? I know, cheer them on. They just keep coming in the door. It's going to be a killer Saturday night. Well, that's pretty impressive. 50 views in the first, what, 10 minutes? We've been going 10 minutes? 13 minutes. That's a nice sharp incline. We'll see where it goes next. But yeah, you know, it's 4:20, which is why I took a short break. Beer clock typically starts at 10, but I'm still doing my Coca-Cola because I wanted to feel the 420. I wanted to feel the vibes, unadulterated. I wanted to feel them in the cockles of my chest and in the bottom of my lungs. And remember to fondle the like button because it likes it and it's of age. It's completely legal. Do it while it's still legal. It might be illegal in the future to toggle your own like button. I'm pretty sure we're that dystopian at this point, but we ain't there yet. Oh. I'm stoked. We got into sleep stream last night. It was, I woke up to great numbers. It's been an adventure. This has been a streaming adventure where so many people have come through that door in the last month because of the streaming, which I've never seen anything like it before. It makes me feel like I'm part of a community. Excuse me. With a lot of bubbles. I'm part of a community, and I alone am composed of the most bubbles, I think. But I think a survey will have to be taken because we don't know. It's okay. You can applaud it. I don't know. I know I do. I applaud it all. Thank you for hanging out. It's been, the fact that I can get your attention even for half a second is amazing nowadays. Because you could be watching another short right now. And I know those shorts, they're riveting. The flowers and the dinners and especially the dysfunction. Because in the shorts you can find dysfunction so quick. It's just keep scrolling through, and then there's something there to make you go, oh, at least I'm not them. Unless you're like, what's your name, Miley Cyrus? I can buy myself flowers. Hey, Miley, it seems to me, I recall, didn't you do a little song called Wrecking Ball, Miley? And now you're doing a self-empowering song about how to get over the man who you wrecking balled. I appreciate that. I like my flowers. But the shorts are like a hobby because it doesn't apply. Like shorts don't count towards anything, but occasionally it gets you a subscriber. And now I gotta actually go in. I'd still throw it in there though. Why wouldn't you? Every now and then you still gotta throw it in there. Yeast or no. Sometimes you gotta go for the Wonder Bread.
Here are some triumphant laughs.
Indeed. That's what she said. Ha Easter Sunday. Wasn't that a couple weekends ago? Because it still kind of smells that way. Is that rude to say? I can never tell. I don't know what's appropriate. Everything seems to be off limits. And thank goodness, because I was eating at the buffet too much. Is it buffet or is it buffet? Jimmy Buffett? Or Jimmy Buffet? I think I met a Jimmy Buffet. Or is that Jimmy Buffet? Why do I think Jimmy Buffet is something else? Ferment some sourdough in that boontang. Oh, that's a real sourdough. Oh, it just said, all I can smell is rusty coins. You don't say. I thought it was like a bunch of sprinkles of different colors, and you had them in like little troughs, and so you could pick whatever sprinkles. I thought that was a Jimmy Buffet. So, as far as I know, there was no sourdough in the Jimmy Buffet, luckily, because I'm pretty sure that would attract every cat. So I'm a big fan of Norm Macdonald's. Yeah, because sometimes when you gotta start a joke, you know the audience will turn on you, and so what you have to do is you have to keep going with the joke. And then when they moan, you gotta double down into the joke. You know, the last time I ate at a Jimmy's Buffet, it was, that was the only time I ever seen sourdough. It was in Jimmy's Buffet. I believe I'm speaking ill of a national treasure. It's in jest. It's just jokes. People gotta relax. Take a load off. Rub a load out. I don't know. Have some bologna. Is that a thing? We got bologna, below chunks. Oh. She's very sensitive. Wow, this has been impressive. Already, I'm feeling the vibe. There's booze in the blender, and soon I'll render a frozen concoction that helps me hang on. Wait, I know that song. See, this is to take place of the traditional fire pit. That's pretty impressive. That's quite the surge. See, let's get that hardcore back in there. So, yeah, there's news. There's stuff coming up. I mean, beyond the typical stuff. Like, for those of you who don't know, this is a sci-fi, fantasy-friendly channel where I've seen every Lord of the Rings, every Game of Thrones, both Blade Runners, both Tron movies, and even some of the animated series. God bless Bruce Boxleitner. I'm sure I'm screwing the pronunciation of that up, and I'm not even drinking yet. Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, of course, because bow ties are cool. And, Firefly, that's another big one. I'll put you on the hook here. So I get my handy dandy Sherlock out happy for 20. Still got an hour and a half to go. Smoke them if you got them. That's an impressive show right out the gate. Ooh, excuse me. You know, there was once a time when everyone would rush home at a certain time to watch their favorite show. This is that favorite show now. So, yeah, there was quite a bit of, a little more Star Trek stuff in Star Trek Voyager, and I just entered the 7th season, and boy, you want to talk about, there's something to be said for that strong, independent woman who's in control, who's in command. And then they did. I watched an episode where it was kind of like talking about healthcare and how the rich get the great medicine because they're deemed more valuable to society, and the poor don't get the medicine, so they die. I thought that was very apropos for where we're at right now from an old show. I believe that was the late 90s, Star Trek Voyager. And although not my favorite of all the favorites, I do enjoy it very much. I'm also very, very partial to Stargate SG-1. I've seen all of that. I am a geek nerd, period. And I'm owning it because I like what I is and I like what I watch. I'm entertained. Try to look at the bag. Like, I'm not sure what the caloric intake is. What are we looking at here? Oh! Sorry, I was reflecting. You know, as much agency as I have, I tend to drift here and there. I drift and daydream. I'm a human being, it happens. And I try to keep, if I can, I like to daydream positive stuff, like things that I think that might happen in the future that might be fun, or that might be enticing, unique, beneficial to the universe. There's gonna be a lot of colors coming. And then this bit is I'm gonna start streaming a little earlier. I'm gonna start streaming, I think, probably around 6. But that's gonna be like a month away. It's gotta be warm enough to be able to stream outside, and it's still all right. Like right now, it wouldn't be terrible, but I'm looking forward to the outdoor streams, because I'll have the gallery up sometime in the next month, and I get to show you guys through some of my stuff, through some of my art. You may think it's art, you may not think it's art. Art is a very subjective thing. But I will show you my body of work, and you can tell me what is art and what is crap. It's a fun game. Where you get to go, that I like, and that I do not like. For whatever reasons, and they're all valid. So that's the thing. You don't know what that is, but you know what you like. So we get to have that conversation. It's very, very appealing to me as an artist. Musical and visual. And happy 420. Wow, there's my pokey. I want to reload this with a fresh batch. Poppity pop, 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 pop. Got the old marijuana there. Yeah, a little coupon there. Scrape that sucker up there. And take that beautiful little dollop. Pop it in said Sherlock. Drop off that. Put that back. Get it back its head. And now I'm Sherlocked and loaded. It's so odd how it sends stuff out. But I imagine it's kind of like, again, surfing the ocean. Except it's a digital ocean. And the waves are electric. Boogie, woogie, woogie. To the left, to the... No, I don't want to do that. We're going to say it's going to be an exciting... The next 60 days are going to be very exciting for me. I mean, not only do I get to do this now, which is pretty awesome, but I got so much stuff coming up. I'm almost going to be overwhelmed because I got so much stuff lined up. But I think I got this. I think I got my pace. I'm ready to tear into the summer and create some content for you guys. And for me too, because, you know, the artist has a need to create the content for himself too. Except we don't call it content, we call it art. We call it our pieces. And my bubbles. Well, not sure. I think I like the depth. But, you know, it's crazy. It's like you almost need high retention editing. I want to say, like, so that would be like 5 minutes in, you'd want to hit with the retention editing. And then you'd want to switch back. This is quantum YouTube theory in action, folks. And right now, during the streaming wars, you're in the streaming wars right now, and you're helping me survive. I'm grateful to you for that. Because let's face it, you could be on Netflix right now. Or Disney Plus. Or Paramount Plus. Or HBO Plus. Or whatever other things they got out there. So much to stream. So many people in the streaming wars. How did I get conscripted? Just because I make media, suddenly I ended up in the streaming wars. It's like a dystopian hellscape. Where I'm like this oasis of peace and tranquility and laughter amongst a sea of dog shit. So we have to make sure that this oasis is protected. We have to make sure this oasis that we can grow it in a good manner. We're all part of the process, folks. No man's an island. But a few of us can be an oasis. Wait. Oh, that's the chime wave. And that means I've been at it for the duration of one play of my latest album. It's at this portion where I think about the good things that the future has in store. You've made it this far, you're successful. And the fact that you made it this far, you still got all, you still got your, life is good. So, I encourage you to be optimistic. I'm going to try to be optimistic. I'm going to try to look forward to good things. And try to make the world better a little bit. However, in the small ways that I can. And luckily during that process, I'll have a pretty good time too. And with those wishes, that's scene. All right. Try it one more time. Why wouldn't I? One more attempt. Yay, I still got I'm already hitting it. I haven't even started drinking. Chunking. Well, that's good. Yes. Sure. Well, that's not cool. Really? That surprises me. Oh, excuse me. Well, that's gonna change things a little. King joked. Oh, excuse me. Is it because it's the overhead angle, you think? I mean, maybe but it's also because when I'm not being interacted with, I mean, you know, what am I? I'm doing my other stuff. So in that sense, I guess it is voyeuristic. But again, it's kind of like hanging out in this, you know, in the same room with someone who's reading a book or something like that. It's like some people are oddly comforted by the fact that I'm just here. Well, and I guess that comes down to how present you are too, because I suspect, and most people do, they play a game while they're watching me. They got something else going on. Everyone's multitasking, which essentially is what I was just doing. So I was like, okay, no one's talking to me, so I guess I'll just chill out and wait for the door to swing, and that's pretty much where I'm at. Let's just say goodbye to that. That's fine. But the thing is you and I both know that could change in like a second. That all of a sudden there's going to be 10 people in here, and they'll be in here for like 15 minutes, and then they'll all bail. So it's kind of like, this is like being at a bar. But this was, notice at 10 o'clock when we opened the bar, a bunch of people came in, a bunch of people left. And then, like, at 11:30, another crowd will come in. And it'll be like 2 people that we know and 3 people that we don't. It really is kind of like the bar scene, because you can never tell. It's all fluid. And I understand why it might feel voyeuristic, but at the same time, remember, I put this camera on voluntarily. You know, so it's not like you might feel like you're appearing.
Are some triumphant laughs.
Yeah, it's a stream. And anyone who puts the stream on, I mean, this in a way, not only does this give me watch hours, it also affords me a sense of protection too. Because if something untoward does happen to me and I'm streaming, well, then someone's, you know, it's being recorded in real time. And then if you're actually present enough to see whatever happens, so, I mean, it's a choice. It's like, you know, like any of the technology that we get, it's a double-edged sword now, because it can protect us from the police, but at the same time, we're getting monitored like, you know, on an Orwellian scale. So you got pseudo safety, but let's face it, if someone wants to take you out, cameras are they're going to do it, but they won't be able to do it and be anonymous. Unless you're going to do one of those, what was it? Agent 11? No, what was it? It was some sort of casino heist movie is what I'm thinking of. Ocean's 11? Yeah, I think that's what I was thinking of. You know, I mean, I suppose you could get your team together and drop a net. Well, I kind of feel like that's how I mean, he did call it pretty accurately. And yeah, let's face it, it is, in some ways, it's a little frightening. But I'm a little different on a level, because I've always been into video. as soon as I knew there was this thing called video, I wanted to be a part of it. Which is why, if you look on my channel, it goes back to like, I got stuff from the 90s up there. Because the moment I got my hands on a camcorder, I was recording. And it wasn't because I wanted to peer into others' lives or anything like that. It was just because I wanted to document my own existence. And in some weird way, preserve the good times I was having. Although, it's funny because I look back on it now with a different set of eyes. My perspective has changed through my journey through time. You know, it's like when you go back and look at old video and you wince at yourself, you're like, oh, come on. But that's part of the genuineness of life, though. But when you start monitoring the masses like they're being monitored, I just have a hard time believing that, like, there aren't enough eyeballs to pay to watch all the eyeballs that aren't. You know what I mean? Right now, we're at this unique stage in history where our attention is the energy, it is the property, it is what they're fighting for. Yeah. You know, like how many security feeds can you have that no one are actually paying attention to? Because everyone's trying to cut corners. Well, and they do that too, like Google. Now, you can tell I'm getting into the conversation now. Because Google, anytime that the police or the feds or anyone asks Google, hey, could you tell me where this person is and who that person is, Google just hands it right over to them. So, I mean, if they want, you know, that information, and you've been on Google, or if you've used Google Maps or any of that stuff, they'll turn it right over. Yeah, well, and again, that's kind of true of any. It's easier now than it's ever been. Because, well, the technology. But, you know, you used to have to hire private detectives, and now you got housewives using, you know, all the gadgets and all the spy tech and stuff like that to catch their husbands doing this, that, or the other. It generally actually it's the other way around. Yeah, but here's the thing. Even if they take an interest for whatever reason, how much of that archive video are they going to go through? And I don't mean scrubbing. I mean, you know, like actually watching. Like you could scrub through an hour of videotape and wait for that one person to walk through. Yeah, but are you going to really watch, you know, like a lifetime worth of someone, you know? I mean, I don't think AI could do it yet. Can't even speak English. Yeah, I don't think it's that clever yet. I think it looks at, you know, the algorithms look at what they look at, but they don't have the sentience that really still keeps us on top at the moment anyway. That might change. Well, if you think about the transience of existence anyway, I mean, you know, meaningfulness comes with a personal sense of, you know, why you exist at all. And do you need that to define, you know, to define a happy existence? Well, Maybe. Yeah, but you see, that's the thing. This is the cutting off, society cutting off its own nose to spite its face. Because AI will inevitably conclude that we suck and figure out what everybody's doing. And then I think we're going to be in trouble, because those big robots up at Boston Dynamics are pretty formidable. And you get AI and those Boston Dynamics robots together, it's going to kick the living crap out of us. Then you're going to be seeing the Matrix for real. If they ever stabilize Windows, then then AI could take us out. But again, they got a lot of power at their disposal, but they ain't omnipotent yet. And if they were watching, we need to be getting credit for it. And that's the thing, like you said, once they catch an interest, well, that's what an algorithm does. It's okay, well, what are they into? What are this person into? What are they up to? And it tries to figure people out. And that's computers. You ever try to figure somebody out and then they throw you for a loop? People are tough. People are tough to decipher. I don't think AI is going to get it. But the universe is a strange place, so it may prove me wrong. Until then, I'm going to keep trying to use the scraps and kind of scrape a life together. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. True wisdom is knowing you know nothing. Because there are people who I thought were absolutely fabulous, and then, watching their actions over the course of time, I realized, no, they're putting on an air that's definitely not what's genuine in there. And that's even when you can recognize, what is and what isn't. Because some people are really good at keeping that stuff covered up. It's like there was that guy who kept this girl in a basement for 3 years, and they talked to the neighbors afterwards, and one of them said, "Well, I ate ribs with that dude, and I didn't have a clue." They give away. There was a song that kind of went with that. Because people have different ways of thinking. And my biggest mistake when I was young is I thought, well, of course everyone thinks the same way I think. But no. In aggregate, good word. Well, we saw that with 2020, didn't we? All of a sudden, plastic went up overnight, and everyone started kicking each other for toilet paper. But here's the thing. You say the group is easy, but it's kind of like trying to control where an avalanche goes. Like, maybe if you have the car, you might get lucky, but chances are it's going to spiral in the direction. So, they can use this mass manipulation stuff. And obviously we've seen it work firsthand, but there is the consciousness is fighting back, even on a mass scale. I think people are sick of cancel culture at this point. Right, there's chaos. Chaos will exist whether we want it to or not, and we're part of it, unfortunately and fortunately. I mean, that's what life is. It's the ups and the downs. If it was all order, it would just be boring. Chaos, well, and you could call chaos chance, or you could just call it quantum. I mean, that's it. All kind of means the same thing. It means the unpredictable. It means something that doesn't stay in a fixed state. If you know your girlfriend is going to be in the same exact GPS location in over a week, well, you're not going to worry about about the off chance, because you've observed her doing it. At the same time, if that said girl is going off to the bar every other night without you, well, then she's not in a state of stability. She's in a state of flux. She's fluxing out of your place to go to the bar. I mean, these are just metaphors, of course. But in regards to the mass control, certainly we saw it with Facebook, because once the political split, I mean, and then I was part of it too, because I got to the point where it was just like, oh, I can't associate with this person or that person or this person and that person, and it gets you that angry. It took me a few moments. I'm pretty zen, and I didn't realize I was being taken by it. But there were some people I was just like, oh. Yeah, they're doing a fantastic job of dividing people. It's kind of what they do. Like if you go to court, they got that bar that separates the poor people from the justice people. Everyone on the side of the other side of the bar, they all got money though, don't they? Everyone on the back behind the bar doesn't have money. See, but I do think there's enough. I hope there's enough, because it reached a point where I became ambivalent, where it was just like, you know what? Even if you're absolutely positive that you have the right course of action and you take it, the results are more often than not gonna be what you want. It's kind of like the migrant policy. It's like we want everyone to live freely, and we want to help out everybody. But all of a sudden we get everybody coming over the border, and everybody's starting to choke on, or using the same infrastructure, and everything suffers as a result of it. So, we're trying to be nice to all these people by letting them in, but we're taxing an infrastructure that can only hold so much. There are physical limits. You can't just you can't compassion your way into a utopia. You have to use balance to get to anything even close to utopic. Utopic? Is that the way you say it? Yeah, but the problem is it's tough to be what's the word? It's tough to be ambivalent and not at the same time keep your head in the sand like an ostrich. But there's so much misinformation out there too. I mean, it really comes down to, what's empirical that you can see around you. Otherwise, I don't know what to tell you. And even then, deep fakes, who the hell knows what they could throw out in the next few years. But we could worry about it. Well, I mean, it's like I've reached ambivalence because I don't think there is a right or a wrong side. I've kind of gone to the point where it's just like I've seen people do good things and end up causing more trouble for a majority of people for doing the good thing Hey, I love my neighbor. I'm grateful that I love my neighbor. And I'm very kind to the people in my community on the day in, day out basis. I don't try to be friendly on here and then go out there and go, fuck everybody else. I go out there and I smile and I'm nice to people. You know, so long as they treat me with a certain amount of not even respect, but just courtesy. I love my neighbor. I love my neighbor's dogs. I've learned more about my neighbor in the last week from just being outside. It's been warm out, so I've been out there talking to him. And that's one of the things I'm grateful for, because the guy who used to live in the house before him, oh, they were terrible. You know what I mean? And if you live next to people who are trying, I mean, that can increase your anxiety quite a bit. So I'm grateful I love my neighbor. And it makes me pretty happy with where I'm at. Hence why I smile more often. But I also know, I mean, it's like, you know, they have to go into work. There's always that one person who you just don't see eye to eye with. Or someone says something that gets you ire up, or you know what I mean? There's always going to be that adversary. Adversary? Adversity. Because we all don't think the same. It's just a matter how well can we coexist. Like I said, I'm lucky I like my neighbors. He doesn't, we get along, we help each other out, and we don't frustrate each other. And that's unusual. There's generally some sort of wow. Went through another half an hour. Another 30 minutes. All right. So you don't feel like a voyeur now, do you? Now you feel like you're part of a conversation, because that's what you are. And that's the thing. Like, I wouldn't, zone out into the machine if I have people actually chatting. Well, can't really speak to that point. Well, what do I hate in myself? You're leading me to question. It's almost like shadow work. It's real hate. Not quite sure what constitutes real hate. I imagine real hate would take over your cognitive functions, because that's really what it is. It's kind of like you lose your mind at that point if it's real hate. But at the same, I mean, don't get me wrong, there are people I hate, but I don't walk around consumed with that hate for them. I'm just like, most of the time my hatred ends with me going, I'm just glad I don't have to be around them. Well, yeah. I mean, and some of that hate is a defense mechanism, because you don't want to forget something that caused that much pain. Well, no. I hate people who've hurt me, or who I have perceived to have hurt me. I am definitely not in debt with those people. The ones that I held closest to me. Because sometimes, I mean, people change. And sometimes they change terrible. I mean, holding on to that hate, I mean, if you let it consume you, well, yeah. yeah, that's the problem. I used to be very trusting. I am far less trusting now. But for all those negative experiences, I like how I turned out, so I guess in the end it kind of worked out. A roundabout sort of way. The lowest level of hell, eh? Well, maybe. I'm still uncertain if there's a consciousness after the cessation of body use. But if there is some sort of universal justice, it's probably more subtle than we would think. Hey, Eric. Well, that's fine. That's doing your part all the same. I mean, we'd rather have you around for the conversation, but I get it. Things happen. You got stuff to do. We're kind of having a philosophical conversation, which is a nice twist. All right. So the question is it possible not just to create a hell of your own choice, a hell of your own creation? Is it possible to create a utopia of your own creation? Or a heaven of your own creation, if we're going to use religious metaphors? Because overall, I'm feeling pretty good. And again, like I said, the neighbor problem kind of resolved itself. And I have more good days than bad. So perhaps I've learned a lesson subconsciously. I mean, this is all supposition anyway. Go back. Ow. Did I mention how much I love socks and how socks have protected my feet from accidental stubbings and grazings so many times? I'm looking at, I have no light in my refrigerator, so my glow in the dark, my LED bow tie is helping me see what's in there. Slippers are awesome too. they're actually probably superior in regards to foot protection. All right, this goes right there. Got that. It's well past beer o'clock for me. What time is it? Really? Wow, we've been going a while. Yay. That's terrible. It's kind of like the natural ice thing. It's the worst beer ever, and yet I've turned it into an event of enjoyment. I've turned hell into heaven. I've turned thorns into slippers. No, that doesn't work there. Oh, excuse me, bubbles. I forgot I hung that behind my head. You can see that right there. It's a vase of flowers that I did, I want to say over a decade ago. But I had just hung it up there today, but I'd forgotten I hung it up, and I just looked, and I'm like, oh. Let's get up close. That's acrylic on. Acrylic on canvas. I like it. That was it's time goes by so quick, because again, that was over a decade ago that I did that. But every now, like, I'll pull out my old work and I'll be like, oh, I forgot I did this one. Oh, I forgot I did this one. And it's also because I did a lot of pieces. I've done over 1,000 pieces. Oh, that beer is so terrible. And some of them are nice and normal like that, and then I got a bunch of really obscure, artsy stuff that most people would probably go, that doesn't make any sense. I'm all over the place. Yeah, it does. The older we get, the faster it goes. Because, yeah, our baseline is high school. Remember when high school was segregated into years? You had freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And that's a chunk of your life. And you thought those were equal chunks. I blink 4 years goes by. Not just a year at a time. It's like, holy shit, that was a decade ago. Oh, that was 20 years ago. But we're still here. We ain't gone yet. Maybe somewhere in that process I'll figure out, why does Mother Nature need consciousness? It made it for a reason. I'll figure it out then. One might even say that I'm clueless. But the ride hasn't been that terrible. Somebody has to look at all this shit. technically they don't have to. The thing. See, that's the thing. Karen, she can ask for the manager all she wants, but if when you're dealing with Mother Nature, it's just you just have to deal with what comes. And granted, that's my opinion, and I don't know anything, so. But I ain't too miserable. And I do have stuff to look forward to. And I have enough resources for a beer, smoke, a little 420. Friendly with my neighbors, as far as I know. No one's got too much out to get for me. Granted, I got a lot of exes. I'm not very fond of them, but I don't go chasing them. That's not my style. I'm not a chaser. I'll chase my dreams via art or music, but I ain't chasing people. People got to do what they want to do. They're not going to do what I want them to do. Fair enough. I'll go back to my thing. But thanks for hanging, and thank you for keeping the feed open. Cheers. Talk to you later when you come back. I'll be around. I'll be here for at least one more hour. Probably a couple more beers. I should plug in though. Oh. And cheers back, mate. Nice little chat. I like that. It's like an open phone call, kind of. Eventually, I'm going to come to a point where I'm like, okay, now I know I'm streaming like this. Right now, I'm going by feel. By the vibes. See, it feels like I'm doing the right thing. And the numbers seem to concur. I'm using my own algorithms. Oh, excuse me. It's because I put sausage on my pizza. Oh, excuse me again. Ooh, that could be bad. Let's do that.
here. This is triumphant last.
Oh, you're asking me? No, I was in Magic Arena. I was doing the last. You got to get so many, win so many battles in order to get so many coins for so many, And I just did it. Yay for me! I have 800,800 gold for whatever that's worth. So yes, that's what I'm. Okay, do what you gotta do, man. I'm not even through with the first beer yet, so I'm gonna keep going for a while. And I might even do sleep stream, but if people come in and they start talking, well, that's a different story. That'll probably keep me juiced. Excuse me. And I always have marijuana. Would you want a marijuana? Would you want a marijuana? I mean, everyone's got stuff to do on Saturday nights. Well, not everybody. Hang up there. Try to do this while I'm actually plugged in. Did I do 4:30 mass? 4:20 mass? I did. I did 4:20 mass on 4:20 on 4:20, and then I did it open in the stream. The midnight mass is coming up though. Although, can I do that? Because technically it'll be now 4:21. Or do I have to do the... So I should really do it at 11:49. Should be the last 4:20 prayer. I mean, you know. Tell you what, you know, I've been meaning to do that. Turn that down real low. Because... Yeah, put you back on the hook. Back on the hook. Hey, hi. Accent. Happy 420. If you don't know already, my name's Kevin G Nicholson. I'm the host of this YouTube channel. I play some guitar. I play some of my albums. And then I sit here and make a lot of farts. And sometimes I sound really smart. I never. Well, it's Saturday evening, 4:20. Ooh, excuse me. Oh, there's bubbles there. It's just a playing time for playing night. I figured I'd get some practicing. Oh. All right. There's here. Back. Oh no. I need a. No. That'll do. Oh. All right. Alrighty. Ooh, excuse me. So far, 100 in the last 48 hours, 9 in the last 60 minutes. So it looks like we're at 109. Which again, ain't terrible. But we're not, they're not, the turnstile isn't going off the hook though either. That's fine. It was like maybe 10 minutes after I started her up, like everyone piled in all at once, and then 10 minutes later everyone said, I got other stuff to do. No, I have not been streaming since 4. I've been streaming since 10. 10 p.m. my time. So, well, and technically it says I've been on for 157.33. And it shows me 2 people, 1 like. Oh, yeah, I got another couple there. And I'm pretty sure, see, there's the 3rd. Hi, if you don't know already, my name is Kevin G Nicholson. Nice for stopping by. Please don't leave it. Oh, it's too late. They came in, they came right back out. I tried to get this out. It's just, I got no answers. I got the tie. I got the wherewithal. I got a fantastic joy in my heart, but they have no patience. The people there, thanks, Eric. The people have no patience. They want that instant gratification. I can't give it to them because I don't know where that spot is, and it's transitory at best. But it's still 4:20 for another minute and a half. I'm trying to get it in. My Sherlock. Sherlocked and loaded. Sometimes it's like a party, sometimes it's like a morgue. That's right, though, I'm sticking it out. That's the kind of guy I am. If I got the energy and I got the wherewithal, I'll stick it out. I'm gonna go with about. They do that. Phones do their own things too. That's it's funny. Earlier, I was contemplating the album that I actually sing on, rather than doing the instrumental stuff. And that's really, I guess that's the last bastion. I mean, I've done a couple sung in a couple of songs and done my effects for a couple songs, but I've never done like a full song with my own voice. So that'll be an interesting barrier to cross. Oh, excuse me. That's it. Only beer one. I'm really dragging ass today. So yeah, so it's looking like we're beyond. That's it. 420's over. It's 421. It's April 21st. Happy Sunday, folks. It's now officially Sunday morning. April 21st, 2024. We're going to see. I'm going to keep going. I generally go by the general rule is 10 to midnight. But I've been entering sleep stream lately. I can't guarantee that's what's going to happen today, but it's a distinct possibility. And the thing is it's like there's no warning. There's like a little switch in my head that goes, okay, you're done. And everything just shuts down. I don't really have a conscious say in it. The body just goes, okay, you're done. I'm gonna see if I can outlast the tide. But if you see the tide dangling, that means we've reached the end. No one likes to tangle and die. I mean a dangle and tie. I mean a shangle and nye. I mean a butchy protagonist. Oh. Na, 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 na. So I was, I watched a lot of Voyager today. I watched the Voyager about modern healthcare issues, which was kind of interesting. And then, of course, the holographic rights episode, because, you know, we can't wait for them to enslave us. We have to give them rights first. Yeah, that's, you know, there comes a point where it's just like, get the hook, pull him off the stage. He's out of control.
Well, I mean, it's not like it's a retention issue. Like my long form videos, when you edit actual videos, you're trying to tighten it up and tighten it up and tighten it up. Where this is just like go until you're done, and then you're done. It's not like I'm volunteering like great information that people are like waiting to, you know. It's just subtle entertainment at best. And the smart people know to hang on and to kind of chill out for a little bit. But there ebbs and flows, as we've seen in here. But that's why it's like a bar. You know, you get 14 people are going to come through the door in 10 minutes, and then they're going to hang out for 15 minutes, and they're going to go back on to their life. But it's like a bar. It's like I'm hanging out at a bar, and then people keep going through the door, and then some people poke their head, and they go, yeah, there aren't enough chicks in here, so I'm leaving. And then other people are going, yeah, well, you know, it is my scene, but, you know, it's like a bar. Except you're BYOB. Or BYOW. W? I'm still though. This has been kind of like a lucky streak for me. As of this morning, 3836. So I'm 164 away. And after tonight, I'm gonna say I'll probably get 6 out of this tonight. So that means I'll be up to 70. 60. Either way, I'm coming close. I don't know if I can quite make it before the end of the month, but I might. Which is why I've been doing this pretty consistently. Although you guys have encouraged it a little too. You're like, keep doing it. All right, I'll keep doing it as long as people keep asking. So long as people keep showing up in the stream. Even if it is for like 15 minutes at a time. It really is. It's like a huge party for 15 minutes and then everyone kind of trolls out. Gotta keep an eye on where my lights are. Gotta keep an eye on my bulbs. Watching the bulbs is important. You never know what the bulbs might be telling you. So for that third guy, yeah, no, I'm people know it's just a matter of time. Well, see, that's the thing. If the conversation is good and people are starting to go back and forth, well then that constitutes a party. But it doesn't. It's not a guarantee. And that's the thing. Engagement works both ways in a live stream. And that's why, like, when I'm ceased to be retained, done. I think most of us, like, you can only hang out behind someone while they talk to somebody else for so long. And then at that point, you're just going to go, you know what, screw it, I'm going to go over here. It's like that one friend who won't get off the phone. Well, never mind. There was no reason for me to be here. You and the device. I'm going to hang out here in the real world. Although live streaming, that's both of them. It can be a form of communication that brings us all closer together. And on occasion, I've seen it happen, but it doesn't happen frequently. Which is why I'm so protective of what I have here. Suddenly see more. I don't know why I went there. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, some of the conversations in here have gotten deep. Which is good. It's nice to be able to have an intellectual conversation from time to time. Assuming that I could be called intellectual at all. I mean, it's all a matter of what you're measuring against. It's gonna be an interesting run. See, I've got so many hopes and expectations for this summer. I'm probably undermining myself. I wouldn't call them expectations per se. I mean, some of it will undoubtedly happen the way that I want it to happen. I will take the effort, get myself to the Renaissance Fair. Short of an act of God, that's going to happen. But what happens once I get there, who I capture, who's gonna play, who's gonna be in a good mood, all that stuff is up in the air. Because life, not a constant. There's no constants. You might know a girl named Constance, but there's no constants. She might exist, but there's still no constants. There is constipation. You would think I was working out today. I mean, we got sun towards like sunset, like that magic hour where gets right below the cloud line, so regardless of what it's actually doing, the sun somehow gets through to you and shines right in my face. Excuse me. I'm amazed. I was cheersing with the empty beer can. I don't know why. Yeah, look at that. That works for me. That works for me. What does that even do? Yeah. I'm looking at the you know, back in the day, we used to do things a little differently. Oh. Oh. No, I don't like that at all. Let's go back to dream. There we go. Do that. And this is how I'm looking at, how I'm seeing things right now. I've had that tie. Cool. It's like playing with toys. See, I imagine that there's got to be like a high point that people are watching like shorts. And so if I want to like double down, then I need to figure out when everyone's watching shorts and then jump on live stream with a little bit. Like some sort of prepared spiel for when they come in 10 minutes after I start and I get that huge freaking burst of people. And then, I don't know, maybe I'll go at it preacher-wise. See. I'm gonna keep trying different stuff. All I know is the trails, man. Look at the Thai trails. It's a Thai fighter. It's only going to get sillier from here, if you haven't already guessed. And I shouldn't be tired, but for some reason I am. Granted, it is after midnight, but... But I'm trying to stick it out. I'm trying to see if I can at least beat last night's. I had 153 from last night. And I'm at 114 now. But the stream has died. The phone on the hood. Rock on. Rock on. it's kind of weird because it's kind of like all of a sudden I became this a host of this kind of sexless chatterbait. You know what I mean? It's like there's nothing to see here. There's nothing, but I'm still in here. Beep 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 beep. It's kind of like, ooh, in 10 minutes I'll start my double dildo show. I mean, I won't be involved. Just hand puppets. And we do the, oh yeah. Yeah, you like that? This is the dream filter. That's why I keep going in with the tie. It's because it's, you get that. And if I do the side to side, like you get the, but yeah, I wanted you to see how I'm seeing things now. This is what Drunk Uncle is seeing right now. This is you're looking through Drunk Uncle's eyes. I believe there is a party mode, but it ain't. I think this is dream. Let's see what party mode looks like. Normal, dream, glamour. I'm sorry, not party. I had glamour, beam, 8mm, dawn, docu, which I imagine means documentary, sepia, silver screen, and then sketch, which looked terrible. Here's your basis for comparison. Let's go back to normal. This is normal stream. This is without anything. And then you get the dream. That's where you get the trails. Now glamour. Well, this makes me look pretty. I mean, I was pretty before, but doubly pretty now. All right, beam. I don't know what that's doing, if anything. All right, 8mm. See, this is what it's like back in the 1950s, see? And then dawn. I suppose that looks a little bit like dawn a little. And documentary. Which seems to be a pacing issue. And sepia. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's where we're at. That's what I'll be. This is what I'll be seeing. I'm trying to get myself in mode. Because drink so much that the tie starts blurring. I want to put sound effects in it there. As the TIE fighter see I think the saddest thing about getting older is that I realize now that George Lucas was always a hack. Sway the ocean, man. You gotta go and sway the ocean. Tommy Chong was cool, man. I love Tommy Chong and his bongs. He was a talented guy too, man. He was a good singer. He was on the Masked Singer, man. I think he was like a cat or something. I'm not quite sure. I don't remember. It was a while ago. And I was really high. Was. Not quite sure what you're implying there. He didn't die, did he? No, he didn't. Alexa, how old is Tommy Chong?
Tommy Chong is 85 years old.
85 years old, man. And you think he got there without smoking marijuana? No, he was smoking marijuana the entire time, man. 85, man. You know, when he was singing, that was less than a decade ago, man. He had a good voice. Masked Singer. That was kind of a bizarre thing, all of that. And like, okay, we're gonna restore some people's careers, I guess, in the process, but I mean, should I feel bad for Donny Osmond? Really? I feel like he had a good run. Radical left views. Well, guess I better not let him in the house, man. I don't want any radical left-wingers, man. Nah, I have a hard time believing I wouldn't be able to get along with Tommy Chong, of all people. And if I can't interact and communicate different political ideas peacefully, then it's not worth it, man. The moment we think we got the answer is the moment we realize what idiots we really are. And then the chime wave sounds. That's my signature noise. My signature sound effect that goes into not all of my albums, but in a lot of them I'll place it. It's kind of like a signature in between albums. And I get a sense of Zen peace from it, where it's like, okay, another chapter has concluded. We're spinning the prayer wheel and restarting the prayer. I mean, I know he's not a fan of government because they broke into his house. They took all his shit, man. But I think that's kind of where it is. It's like someone goes out, comes in looking for a fight. Well, then you're going to get a fight. If you go in looking for peace, then, hopefully that's what's going to greet you. Yeah, I mean, it's become so invasive. But that's why it's important to remain, communicative with at least a few people. You know what I mean? It wasn't, it was, they were trying to make an example of someone who was not, what was he was just being him without being reverent. And so someone decided they were going to go after him. And all it takes is one douchebag with an attitude who's going to go, okay, I'm going to make this person's life difficult. You could do it. I could do it. Do you really want to spend the time of your life trying to make someone else's life more miserable? Because you can't be enjoying it. Even if you get some sort of sadistic sense of revenge, you're still spending the time in order to do it. It's like there are plenty of people who, I would wish ill on, but if I'm actually spending my time going out and formulating and plotting and doing that's just too much work. That means that they won. I didn't win. That's what happened to Tommy Chong. He was just like, I'm sure at one point it was like, hey, fuck you, man. And someone took it way too close to heart. And a feud was born, and then he got his house raided. And I think all that's still in litigation. Of course it is, because the wheels of justice, that's what they call them. That's not what it is. What did you, I mean... I mean, there are a bunch of famous people they went after just because, someone got a hair across their butt. And the fact that that could still happen means that, well, we got work to do. But for tonight, we're in good shape. No one breaking down my door yet, and if they do, you're going to be the first person to say it. Although, I don't think it'll happen. But that's a good reason to enter Sleep Stream. And that's the thing. I mean, granted, it's tough to let some things go. I have problems. There's some things that still hang out in my memory that I'll sit there and I'll think about every now and then. I'll be like, rah, 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 rah. But that ain't helping anything. You're on to me. They're closing in. Yeah, but no, I got my gear close at hand at most times. If I'm getting taken down, it's getting documented. And let me tell you, I ain't going down without a fight. What the hell, man? You're closing in, man. See, but that's the thing. They can go after me, but I don't have any money. So that's the thing. They won't go after me because there's nothing they can take. I mean, hell, even YouTube doesn't pay me yet. Yet. I don't even care if it's just, from what I understand, from what I've watched and when people have talked to, you gotta take out, you gotta make $100 in order to take anything out of the YouTube account if you do get it up to monetization. So if I can even get $100 out of all of these streams, that would be something. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me again. And no, it won't make me rich, and no, it won't, you know what I mean? But the fact that I was able to get it done once. It's not beating the game, but I guess you could say it's beating the first boss of the game. Or actually, it would be the second boss. The first boss is getting it to 1,000 subscribers. And then I hit that one last August, and when I was like, ooh, watch hours. And watch hours have taken friggin' forever. Because shorts don't count, and all of my stuff is shorts. Well, not all of it, but a good portion. Well, see, that's the thing. I'm hoping that maybe it can get higher than that, but you just don't know. But I just like to reach that one boss, beat that one boss, and go, okay, got my 100 coins. I at least got that done. And then, of course, I'll keep trying for the next level, but, you know. It was like when Red Letter, they had like a pseudo party where they were waiting for their subscriber rate to go over 1 million, which is incredible in and of itself if you think about it. And they didn't cheer, they were just like, as soon as they hit 1 million, they all just kind of went, and they sighed and they all walked out of the camera shot. And I thought, those guys are brilliant. I got that to look forward to tomorrow, too. We uploaded a new best of the worst, so I guess I'm going to watch tomorrow. It's one of my guilty pleasures. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen that happen. An old associate of mine, he was uploading stuff and YouTube deemed it to be offensive, and so they took the entire channel down, and that was a lot of work. And granted, I can be pretty offensive at times, but I'm still but I'm not really pushing the controversial envelope. I'm just trying to just kind of keep doing what I'm doing. But like you said, yeah, you're right. All it takes is just one, might be a computer error, and all of a sudden that's it. You're out. All that work you put in. Or you get canceled. Like, what's the dude? Russell Brand, that English actor, where they said, no, not monetized anymore because he's being litigated for possible sexual assault or something like that. Like, everybody isn't. It really does seem like everyone's being persecuted for that in one way or the other. Although it's funny because if you go into like the news, if you scroll down to the bottom, what you do find is generally a paragraph of all the cases that they're like, yeah, it was all bullshit. It was innocent. Kevin Spacey. You know what I mean? It's just like, it's just people using it as a weapon to make the law go after people they don't like. And YouTube goes along with that, and so does a lot of the other platforms. I guess the safe one now is what was formerly, it is X. Because that's Musk, right? And he's all about the free speech, so you can that's the one where you can't really get canceled as easy, I guess. Depending on what you believe, I suppose. I mean, but in the end, I mean, yeah. YouTube could delete it all. So that's why I'm glad I released the music albums on their own. Because those are on all the platforms. It's not just on YouTube. It's like it's on Amazon and Apple and all that stuff. So they can't delete the source. I mean, they could delete my YouTube channel, but which I'd be pretty pissed at this point, because I put a lot of time into it now. And we're talking years now. We're not just talking, okay, I just did a year or a few months. We're talking years of work. All right, you knock out. Thanks for hanging as long as you did. I'll see you when I see you. Keep the faith. Be happy. Oh, the funny part, I've gone longer than I intended to go. This happens every night. I'm at the end of the second beer. Let's see if I can make it through another couple, shall we? I'm going to put you on your hook. There's your hook. All right. We have a couple more beers. Oh, my legs. All right. Goodness. Amazes me. Where are we going over here? Excuse me. that Worcester thing. Yeah, that happened. It ain't dipping. Sure locked and loaded.
Here are some triumphant blasts.
Yeah, I forgot I have an Instagram. Looking up, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. I gave that a shot once. See, at the beginning of the internet, it's like none of it was regulated. And so you got bonus trolls everywhere. But it was like the universe was really free. And then Facebook became a thing. And then everyone's mom got on Facebook. And the world changed. Just an observation. It's been a good day, though. We had 420. I got to smoke some weedage on 420. Got some stuff done that I needed to get done. I was entertained. I was well fed. Lots of things to be grateful for today. And I have a positive outlook towards the future. And I repeat these affirmations as long as I have breath, which will probably be another 45 minutes. For some reason, I don't see myself entering sleep stream tonight. But you never can tell. We'll see. I mean, what does it say about me that I go across the street to pet the neighbor's dog, but after petting the neighbor's dog, I go back inside and I wash my hands because of the dander? I mean, what does that say about me as a human being, man? I wash the dander off, man. Is that like disrespectful to the dog? I mean, just saying. It's 17. I want to say it's probably 4 concurrent though, or 2 concurrent for 4 hours. The count will be when I hit 900 though. 3,900. Oh, the bulbs. I got bulb day. That's on Earth Day. That's the 22nd, so that's good. But I don't think that's going to affect that much. 36, 40, 50, 60. Maybe. I think I might get to 3,900 by the end of the month. But if I could get lucky a day, you never know. Yeah, they are. I love dogs. See, but it's funny because when I drove up today, Melly, the black dog across the street, she knows it's me. And so she sees me drive up, and she doesn't just bark. She barks and she kind of like cries, like she's so excited. And then I get out of the car and I go, oh, it's okay, everything's cool. And I was like, oh. But she whines until I get to her. Like she cries until I get to her. And I'm like, oh, okay, compose yourself. It's like I'm one of the Beatles and the dog is... Because I mean, I am nice to the dogs, but it seems like a positive overreaction. It's, oh, what do you think? Okay, easy, cheesecake over again. Yeah, no, that's exactly what I heard you all say. Is you all come here. Which again is very sweet, but at the same time it's like, all right, slow your roll. Come on. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but you might be turning up a notch just for the sake of turning it up. I mean, I know that dogs don't. Well, I don't know what dogs think, but yeah. And let's bring that question to the forefront for all of this AI BS. Come on, if AI is that smart, let's get a translator for dog to human, human to dog. We can't do that yet. AI is supposed to be smarter than us now. What the hell? I want to talk to the neighbor's dogs. AI should be able to figure that stuff out. I mean, we can even get the guttural senses of what they mean instinctually. Oh, excuse me. But everyone's like, AI is so this, AI is so that. Well, like, let's get to it. How have we not translated dolphin and dog? We should have had that already. It's 2024 and we still can't talk to dolphins and dogs. And let's not go to cats. I don't even want to talk to cats. I don't want to hear a thing any cat has to say. Not tiger, not panther, not house. No cat. I don't want. Fuck cats. Little arrogant bastards. But dogs. I mean, I'm not a religious man, but I'm pretty sure that all dogs go to heaven. I'm pretty sure. Although I'm sure they go to heaven because someone says there's a treat up here, and they go, oh, okay, I'm there. So easily maneuvered dogs. Hey, there's something here you can eat that's pretty tasty. Yo, I'm all on it. Having that loyalty. Oh, but it's so good. Still, I love dogs. I actually think that was my closest non-sexual relationship with any being was with my dog. And of course he died of old age. Right next to me. I'm sorry I wasn't holding him when it happened. It should have been. But don't dwell on the sad. That ain't gonna help nothing. I forget where you say you were from. Do they have, like in Connecticut, on the weekends they close the bars at, I think, either 1 or 2. It changes, so. But I imagine they have a last call wherever you are, too. When does your last call hit, is my question. Like, if you're at a bar, at what point do they say, okay, you're not allowed to serve bar anymore and you have to tell people to sober up? Because here, it generally works where they do last call 15 minutes before close. 2:30, 2:15. So you guys get longer than we do. So I was curious, because I know that's regional, where, you know, certain states will allow it to certain times. So you guys got another hour easy. Last call, 2:30 sharp, done. Yeah, see, that's gonna suck. You want to talk about cutting off your nose to spite your face? Why even bother owning a bar in Michigan at that point? We open 2 hours a day out of the... Yeah, but typically they'll play that closing time song. Because, you know, it goes good in the bars. Learn that the hard way. But you can buy beer at the store till like 2 p.m. in Michigan. 2 p.m.? PM? Like 2 in the afternoon in Michigan? Michigan sucks. Oh, that makes more sense. No, if you could buy beer until 2 a.m. in Michigan, well, then that's a lot more lax. We get shut down at 10. 10 p.m. over here. And then you can't buy any booze of any sort after that in Connecticut. Yeah, I want to say, isn't it? I want to say Nevada, Vegas, Las Vegas, Nevada, right? Am I doing that right? The alcohol's starting to kick a little, and I'm like, oh, really? Is that where it is? Seems to me you can get booze any time of the night there. It's been a long time since I've been there. It's all ridiculous. I mean, think about it. There's a certain time that you're allowed to buy certain items. And then after that time of the day, it's like, what makes it illegal? Well, it's the position of the sun is what makes it illegal. I don't understand any of that stuff. I know it was based in Roman Catholicism, especially around here, because, you know, drinking and all that. Well, yeah, because, you know, if you can buy the hard stuff after hours, well, then you might drink it. But I don't understand any of it. Anything prohibitionary in that way, especially in regards to a time, seems not just counterproductive, almost impossible to enforce. Just another form of control, man. Doesn't help anyone, doesn't save lives, just makes things more difficult for the rest of us. Granted, that's my opinion, and I'm not very bright. So, but I think all of it's really weird. And like now that, let's say like Connecticut has recreationally legalized marijuana, and so is Massachusetts. However, bringing things back and forth between Massachusetts and Connecticut, I mean, they're both pretty tiny states in the grand scheme of things. It's very bizarre that things would change so much, like a foot to the left as a foot to the right. How did that set her off? My God, we've gone through it again? Good. It means I'm in my final stride. We're talking about the time they cut off alcohol sales in different states. A fascinating study on the impotence of state slatures, and how all of these laws to make people safer are actually ineffectual posturing done by our public servants to put us exactly where they want us. And by God, I'm not standing for it. I'm gonna lay down in my comfy bed and scene. I love doing that. It was such a promising start. But you wait, at some point, all of these free radicals, they're gonna coalesce. I guess in Washington State, you could still solve legal matters legally by dueling. You can still challenge people to a duel in Washington State. Which is the only reason, because there is really no other reason for me to want to go to Washington State. Granted, there's no one in Washington that I particularly want to duel, but I like to think that you know, under American law as it currently stands, there is a state where you can duel to the death, and that's legal. And for some strange, really bizarre reason, I'm on board with that. There is no logic behind it at all. It's just a feeling. So I've been streaming for 3 hours. That means this tie has been going for like 3 hours. That's actually pretty impressive to me, because the battery in this thing is terribly small. So if I need to go somewhere and have light for 3 hours, this tie's on it. Now, if they can make a tie, I'm sure, see, if I'm clever, I'm subtly clever. I don't think I'm this clever. Wouldn't it be neat if I could double the battery and just do it like in components all the way around the strap, but it would have to be segmented. And then you could possibly pour something like 1,000 lumens out of this. I'm telling you. It's like, screw Batman. I'll be the guy with the super bright tie. Can't fight what you can't say. Ah! Be blinded. Yeah. I'm kind of daydreaming at this point. Although, is it daydreaming if it's 1 a.m.? Well, technically it's morning, and I guess that's kind of late day, but it's dark out, so that's night. I'm confused. Wow. Hey! Hello, Dyson. Happy 421. Good to see you, mate. Part 2. We were just talking about in the States, every state in the United States has different times that they're allowed to sell you alcohol, which I think is silly in and of itself. Like, you can't buy alcohol after 10 p.m. here on the weekdays, except Sunday, where you can only get it till 5 p.m. It's very bizarre. You got any customs like that over there? See, and that's why we're such a peculiar country. I mean, it's okay. We can sell you this between the hours of such and such and such and such. It doesn't change the substance. It doesn't change the. I don't understand. Why? Why is it you're not supposed to practice business on Sundays? In some counties and other counties, they'll go all night. I don't understand. But as he said, Sherlock and Loaded, right there. You can buy that any time of the night. I can get that at 3 a.m. I can get that at 6 a.m. I can get that at noon. Yeah, those laws are only for alcoholics. I'm like, God damn it. I was stoned through a lot of it. Now that's a lie. I was stoned through all of it. And still there on 421. It was glorious. Had a nice salad for lunch. A little Caesar salad. A couple slices of pizza for dinner. Got some shopping done. And played a buttload of video games. And watched a buttload of Voyager. So yeah, how was your 420? I hope it was pleasant. Yeah, and it was weird tonight because I started at 10, and then within 10 minutes we had something like 20 people in the room, and then 10 minutes later they all left. And then it's been like three people tops over the course of the remainder. Well, here the bars are closed. I mean, we don't have one in town, and it's funny how we ended up kind of a pseudo dry county by accident, pseudo accident, I guess. But yeah, it was a good 420. Hopefully it'll be a good 421. 22 to 23, 24, and onward. Up, up, up. Cheers, mate. And here's to that. Here's hoping. I am curious. I mean, that's really, that's my own answer to why I won't commit suicide, is because if I do, I won't get to see what happens. And I'm still kind of invested a little bit, where I'm like, I do kind of want to see how it's going to pan out. My Fair Lady, The Matrix, Braveheart, movies, you said specifically. The last two are the hardest. Trying to think of anything else. I guess I gotta put Star Wars in there because it was influential. Although I don't hold the sanctity for the IP. And then my fifth favorite movie of all time. I'm gonna go with Holy Grail on that one. Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That'll be 5. So there's my answers. Yeah. Everyone's got their reasons. Oh, I'm still plugged in. I didn't realize I was still plugged in. No. Oh, legs. I have legs. Oh, they still function. Oh, my goodness. No, yeah, I believe New Hope is it. That's the. See, even when you say the original, you got to be careful. I guess technically it's 4. Yeah, it was more because it had a cultural impact, and I was very young when I first saw it at the theater. Subsequently, I've been so oversaturated to Star Wars where I gotta admit it was one of my favorites because of where it appeared in the timeline, but, you know. Ooh. Smoking lamp. Super Troopers. I will thumbs up for that. And you're going to tell me why, right? Meow. Jay and Silent Bob, awesome. Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke, classic. Meaning of life? Well, of course. Every sperm is sacred. In Harold and Kumar Escape from Guantanamo Bay, Full Frontal Bush Party. I am so down with that. I loved the way NPH portrayed himself in those movies. Those are that really kind of made me go, okay, I'm on. I'm on board with NPH. And you know, everyone keeps going on about orientation this, orientation that. It's the sense of humor. I don't care what he does personally. That was still real funny. See, it's funny because I would actually love to see I would love to see Trump get high with like Snoop Dogg or something like that. But I wouldn't like to see Biden smoke because I feel like we've already seen him under the influence of drugs constantly. You're seeing me the way I'm seeing me, by the way. That's the trails. That's for your benefit. Cheers. That's it. Yeah, I'm still going. Still going. How did I manage to get 3.5 hours out of this tie? Those are good picks, and those are all, they all lean on the comedy side. Could it happen? Maybe. Will it happen? Yeah, probably not. Although, after the fact, there was a trail. If you don't party, you aren't fit to run this country. It's funny, I feel like this country runs, but I don't feel like somebody is running it. I don't think anyone's competent enough to do that. On either side. You know why I say that? It's because some sort of natural disaster comes out of nowhere every year and then kicks the shit out of us. And they just kind of shrug their shoulders and go, whoops. Or if you want to put it pointed, you could go male geriatrics. I mean, if you can keep piling on insults. I don't think there's a human being alive that can do it. Honestly, there are just too many variables. I mean, like, in the olden days, before we had all this massive intercommunication, I mean, you had presidents and they made hard decisions, but everyone kind of stood by them. Now everyone's getting hyper overanalyzed and, redacted. And what was the title a couple days ago? Ridiculous. Well, so that leads to the question. If your biology is giving out on you outside your brain, are you still competent to lead the country? Well, now here's the double entendre joke. It depends. I'm waiting for that to seed with you. if your mind is still sharp, but you lose control of your shit because your body ain't up to it, are you still capable of leading the country? Depends. Come on. No one, not one of you two got that joke? Thanks for the pity laugh. Maybe I gotta work on my delivery, I think. Talking about Bernie? You still get influence. You know, he's honestly, he's probably playing a smarter game than we think he is, than I think he is. And you gotta admit, he's standing by his guns. He's standing by his word. I love someone who's freaking genuine. He did, and I did. Everyone's on different temporal schedules, so actually getting everyone together again is going to be a little more problematic than we originally thought. It'll happen, though. What do they call it when everything kind of comes into beat together? Oh, there's a name for it, but I've been drinking. Like, if you start a bunch of metronomes at different spots, at some point, they're going to synchronize. Maybe it's synchronization that I'm thinking of. But it is a natural phenomena that's studied, and it does exist. Excuse me, based on empirical evidence that I've been shown. Assuming it's not all deep faked, and I don't think it was. I am. And I eventually think this stream will synchronize and the crew will come together. I think that happens in all aspects of existence, where at times things synchronize and you can see it happening, and if you can jump in on that, good times. Or you can take down a bridge. Which is, I think, one of the studies of it. It was like, everyone who was walking across that bridge, they ended up in synchronization, and therefore they ended up sending so many shockwaves through that bridge, it was really making it unstable. I mean, I'm hoping for it too, but, you know, I'm not going to cry about it because it didn't happen. I mean, we've almost been there a couple of times. It's just a matter, you know, I think the odds are still ever in our favor. And in my favor at the end of it, because that one stream will probably, it'll probably be that one stream that puts me over the line. where everything will just synchronize and everyone will just kind of be on their own, on the top of their game. Never can tell. Not a demand, just a wish. No outcome dependency, just daydreaming. It's funny, I wasn't thinking about Grace until she jumped into the stream last night. And now, good. I think bears should take a visit to those ladies and scare the bejesus out of them. I might have told one of you, there was this thing I saw on Facebook where it was a bunch of women being asked questions. They were being questioned on the street. Would you rather be trapped in the forest with a bear or with a man? And it was all these women who were going, oh, I'd rather be trapped with a bear, because I would worry about the bear less than I'd worry about the man. Every single person who answered that way, every one of those ladies should have to go into the forest with a bear, and they should be dropped off right next to the damn bear. Oh, that got me so angry. I'm like, all right, you go, you hang with Yogi, and you tell me Yogi's gonna tear you apart. Especially when you ask Yogi to talk to the manager, Karen. As soon as you ask Yogi for the manager, you're gonna get a boo-boo. Anyone? All right, maybe it's the rules. This is cold. All right, let's ask those same women if they'd rather be stuck in the water with a man or with a dolphin. I mean, I'm sure some bears are okay, but I'd rather not meet them here or anywhere, actually. Like maybe the zoo behind like 12 layers of, And I'm not saying the intent of all bears is like monstrous, but the sheer physical, like I respect moose. I hope I never have to see a moose ever in my real life. Moose are terrifying. Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of the entitled chicks think that like, oh, well, I'll go out in nature and it's just going to be like this. And no, they're not going to use your pronouns, sweetheart. That bear could give a shit about your pronouns. That bear wants that candy bar in your pocket and doesn't care if it's sugar-free or not. Yeah, human nature's to be stupid. I know, I'm living proof. I was married once. But literally, I mean, like, they made that example because they were trying to set up men as being, oh, we're unstable and we're more dangerous than nature. Are you out of your effing mind? Look, all I know is that between me and a bear is probably going to kick my ass. Between me and a full-grown dolphin, the dolphin is probably going to rape my ass. Because they do that. Everyone assumes that, like, oh, animals are just, like, pure. No, animals are part of nature. That means they do even more fucked up shit than we do. You catch a bear on a bad day? Or a dolphin on a bad day, for that matter. No, you know, oh my goodness, really? That? Wow. I would look up that story, but but obviously it's horrific. I mean, you know, I'm sure some of the beers are wonderful, but yeah, I still don't. I know. And granted, and I know men, like any human being, some of us are pricks. I don't think I'm one of them. Would you rather go into the woods with a bear versus hanging out with Kevin in the woods? I think everyone should be offered that choice. I think that should be a choice that should be legally enforced. Where it's just like, all right, you can go camping with Kevin in the woods, or you can go camping with a wild bear in the woods. Whom are you more afraid of? And then I'll just watch popcorn while I pick the bear. He did the voiceover for it? Oh, based on your earlier statement. Yeah, I have a hunch I'm going to hear this story. Treadwell was a bear researcher who chose to live with bears in Alaska. His girlfriends girlfriends, plural, was terrified of the bears. And yet, see, at this rate, I've been drinking a beer an hour. I'm not even legally drunk. And did it spiritually connect with him, or did it connect with his head? Yeah. Arrogance. But at least he recorded it, you know. I'm glad I'll get to look at him spiritually connecting with the bear. He proved it could happen. There was a je ne sais quoi. And the thing is there's part of me that kind of like can almost feel bad for him. Well, yeah. And I'm sure one of those warnings was, are you effing out of your mind? He gets a bad case of gas, and that spiritual connection's going out the window. But you do you, man. You do you. Have fun with the bears. No, kids. Do you know who Siegfried and Roy is? Well, all right, let's not use the word insane. Let's say his faith was stronger than his common sense. Which is commendable, but obviously, you know, he died. So that's the common sense. Oh, you see what happened? Dee 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 dee. I'll watch it. I think the universe wants me to live with $1 million. I mean, and maybe one of those bears liked them. I mean, I'll watch the documentary because I can't speak to it if I don't know. But it sounds like a recipe for disaster. And it sounds like most people who have a sense of self-preservation would choose not to do that. I mean, again, there are different types of bears. I could see myself trying to like chill with a koala bear because I might have a chance of taking it despite those freaking huge claws they got. I'm pretty sure I could outrun that. A black bear or a brown bear or a polar bear. I don't want to get within a mile of one of those. Hell, and small doesn't necessarily mean not dangerous either. There's freaking, like, everything in Australia is designed to kill humans. Like snakes, insects, what was the Australian town that was taken over by spiders? And it was just like webs everywhere. That's terrifying. I'll take the bear over the spider in Rat Town. But again, you know, if there's a third option, go to Disney World. Well, I'm taking Disney World. I mean, yeah, it would be great if Mother Nature and man could live together in perfect harmony, but that's not the way it's designed. I'm sorry. I'm not swimming naked with the dolphins because the dolphins have a reputation. I'm not swimming naked with the bears because the bears have a reputation. In fact, I'm not swimming naked except with very small legal age women. Tiny, not young. And preferably defanged, depoisoned, and not diluted, because that's 90% of the women today anyway. But I can understand wanting to have that faith, like, oh no, nature and I are in perfect harmony. Well, no, you're not. No, you're an appetizer. Well, without the beards, I'm more like, like slightly larger than Hobbit sized, I guess, really. I mean, but they gotta be thin. They can't be like stocky. The point being is they can't be big enough to kill me. I mean, they could do that anyway, but like, I've met a couple in my life. Do I like them? They were all right, I guess. I mean, they were people. They just happened to be smaller. I don't think I've ever met a female dwarf or a female little person. Or I'm sure there's probably one or two of them out there I could be attracted to. I mean, I'm not attracted to the type. I just need someone smaller than me in weight and in stature. I mean, I'm sure there's somebody in Munchkin Land who I probably would have, I'm sure there was someone in Munchkin Land I would have, rolled when I was young, but now that I'm older, it's all kind of personality based. But they still can't be a whale. That's all right. That's why I'm continuing to expand upon it in my drunken debauchery. It really is a matter. It's a matter of are they sending me gender signals? Are they small enough where I can pick them up? Where are their poison sacs? And do they know my bank account routing number? I mean, really, these are baseline questions. I only show them the account that has $2.37 in it. I do not show them the other accounts that I live out of because I've heard too many stories and I've lived through too much. However, I would give a bear my PIN number or a dolphin my PIN number, but I would not give a woman my PIN number. Yeah, that's kind of it. It's like you got to be this high, you know, or you got to be less than this height. You got to be less than this height right here in order to ride this ride, and you have to be less than, to be quite frank, 120 pounds. You got to be less than 120 pounds to ride this ride, and vertically built. That means your line's got to be up and down, not left to right. I don't think these are out of line. Wait, you're at 4% what? 4% of what? The hell? God damn it. Overreacting on purpose. Oh. They're perfectly reasonable. Well, again, dude, I appreciate you hanging on. This isn't an obligation. I've enjoyed having you hang. But I get what you're saying. I get what you're putting down. And now I have this filter on. You're looking at life through my eyes right now. Locate power source. Procure charge. Do you have to do? Unless I die tonight, I'll be on again tomorrow. And maybe we'll have one of those, what we were talking about earlier. Maybe that'll happen. Yeah, I never can tell. God, it really is like you guys are looking through my eyes. Like, how drunk is he? My God, it looks like he's completely screwed up. And I am. Oh, and now you can see a little bit of the gray. All right. You guys don't need to see me pee, so I'm going to leave you right here for a second. And this just goes to prove I'm take another tuck of the old bong. In fact, all right. Wow, it's been 4 hours. Really? It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Incredible. All right, you got me for this beer, maybe not even the entire beer. I don't think I'm going to enter sleep stream tonight, despite the fact that it makes more numerical sense. Good conversations tonight, though. But the beer thing really irked me. It was just like, really? You guys are so out of touch with what, like, reality is. It's like that, you know, in England, they got the kids who are just like, no, I'm a cat. I identify me by my cat pronouns. It's like, are you effing people out of your minds? You know, like 6-year-old dictate its own species. But what the F do I know? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she is a kitty cat. She might be a kitty cat, but the people dealing with her are pussies. Just saying. Boy, you're really going for it, aren't you? It looked like she was gonna be, if I'm thinking of the right character. Don't you think you could have picked Beer 1 to ask this question? You're really challenging the synapses at this point. Because from what I recall, Sally Sparrow, that was 10. That was 10. Was that Don't Blink? Or am I getting the characters confused? All right, I'm not going to look it up. I'm going to wait for you to tell me if it was Don't Blink. Because you obviously know your lore. Yes! Timey-wimey. Oh, I'm so pleased with myself. I was able to pull that off even after alcohol-imbued synapses. Yeah, I thought they were going in that direction. But I don't think it was Rose. Was it Rose? Maybe it was. I mean, they like both of them, both Tennant and they were both in it for like maybe 5 minutes total. It was all cut around it, so maybe it was Rose. I thought we were at Freeman already. Martha, rather. But I've been wrong before. I can't believe I figured out who that was so quickly, though. And yeah, I mean, there were a few people who I was just like, oh, they would be great companions, and then they just veered off. Yeah, you're probably right, because that was when the best stuff came out. Although, really, in regards to like, if they want to really counteract all of this woke doctor stuff, They need to go hardcore doctor. Yeah. Yeah, and then, spoilers. The Time Lords gave him another 13 or 14. That was their gift to him at Trenzalore for whatever reason. It should have only been 13, looking back. No, that's not. No, Capaldi was good. Oh yeah, it was funny because I recently watched the not Eccleston, Capaldi, where he essentially tells Rassilon, of all people, which is bizarre in and of itself. All right, get off my planet. So Galfrey's now his. And then he goes back inside and he goes, yeah. And now the council, they're out too. And everyone, fuck. All right, fine. Which is pretty, that shows a lot of weight there. Granted, they really screwed him. I mean, that's a rough sentence, man. I mean, I know we're talking fiction, but... I guess. All right. From what I understand, it did happen in the quantum universe, in the parallel universe. There was a version where the Doctor did use the time bomb. And because of that, that means that from Eccleston on, they all had memories of wiping out their own race, children and all. And so that's why they were the way they were until they got to the movie, in which case they managed to set it right. And yet the personalities of all of those Doctors for some reason didn't change. I think there's a continuity conflict there. Well, yeah, before they were trying to entertain us or educate us rather than indoctrinate us. And it was, I mean, it was cool in the original run for its own reasons in different in different Doctors. But when they rebooted it, it was like, okay, I wasn't fond of Lock and Load Doctor, but I was like, okay, I'm still on board. It still hadn't enough of the what's the essence of the first series, where I'm like, okay, I'm still in, I'm still on board, and they advanced it enough where I'm just like, okay, no, I'm in, I'm on board. But they didn't start preaching until Chibnall. They didn't start preaching until Capaldi. They were alluding to it, but see, then it became a political construct rather than a form of entertainment. And at that point, it's just like, well, this all goes out the window because they're just going to change the frame. Library. Dr. Moon. And that was the introduction for River Song, which they did excellent with. The fact that, I mean, you know, don't get me wrong, the Smith song was a little awkward, but when they got to Capaldi and they closed that story arc, they did a fucking damn good job. They closed that loop with such finesse and such expertise. I really have to tip my hat to him for that. Nardo aside. It's funny that you would say classic feminist. As opposed to the new and improved Karen version. The regeneration that was an upgrade. See, I was in a good place. I was in a happy place, and he brought me to a bad place. No, they really did. They did a fantastic job with that story arc. From the open to the close. I'm a little wonky about some of the stuff in the middle, but, you know, hey. They still did great work. I could see the appeal. She was a little too brazen for my personal taste, but it certainly it worked thematically. Oh no! Please tell me no, bitch. I just got a frost advisory and all my plants are, whatever. They're just plants. Yeah, and she played, I mean, the actress who played the role, I mean, she did a good job. I wasn't so fond of the let's kill Hitler twist, but, you know, all right, sure. That's when it started going off the rails. It's like, okay. At that point, then it was easy to see the Doctor Who with sonic shades and a guitar, an electric guitar. Then it was like all bets are off. All right, we're on board. Let me tell you, they really did some. They did some. For the new Who, they did some classic moments. Well, yeah. Yeah, because she went from being a spontaneous, fiery character who was going to do her own thing to part of the married couple, the eternal love story that stopped them from being dynamic and made them into, well, not dynamic. It's the kindest way I could put that. And she was a smoke show, still is. She's so hot. And that was, you know, in that one scene where she's trying to put the moves on the doctor, and the doctor's like, yo, whoa, yeah, but no. That was a great scene. And then, and you want to talk about classic feminism, not only did she make it past at the doctor and then go off in the TARDIS with her, and then of course they pan back to her fucking wedding dress, which of course implies, yeah, all of those vows or intentions are out the window. This girl has no honor. And then they tried to redeem her. And I mean, granted, Rory was, yeah, you could see why she would want a little spice on the side, but still, you're on board with you creating a family or you're not. You know, you're not just giving, I mean, granted, it was River, but look, if once you're on board with a family, you gotta stick with the family. You can't have two charges. You can't have two bosses. It's going awesome. How are you? Me and my decent guy buddy, we've been talking about the TV show Doctor Who and the various iterations and the interactions that it's had on society as a whole. So tonight's been going fascinating. At the same time, I am on my last beer of the evening, so thank you for joining us for this. And we're listening to my most recent album, which I composed and released less than 3 weeks ago on Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, and YouTube. It's entitled Electric Euphoria by myself, Kevin G Nicholson. You should look it up and then play it repeatedly ad nauseum. And scene. But Amy Pond was a smoke show. And she was an interesting character when she came on board, and then it got boring with married stuff. But it still didn't destroy the series. The series wasn't destroyed until Bill. And even Bill didn't destroy it. Bill just, like, put pressure on it. It was like... It was like they were triggering your gag reflex, so it didn't quite trigger it so bad the next time they tried to push something down there. Didn't work. No. Bill really needed to be retired before she was cybered. But that's my opinion. Although I'm entitled to it, you don't have to share it. But OMG! No, wait, I gotta go back to your list. I'm gonna be looks wise, not personality. Clara Clara, Amy, Rose, Martha, and Lux. Wait, in the before she was what? I need more context because I forgot what I was saying. Married, I think I was talking about Amy, so I'm gonna go with married.
It'll do.
Nope. All right. Oh, Bill. Oh, God, I hated Bill. I still loathe Bill. Yeah, before she was cybered. She got turned into a Cyberman at the end, which drove Capaldi crazy and whatever. I mean, you know, they were good. He was a great actor. He did a lot of good for that series, but you know, he can't fight scripts. He's just an actor playing the doctor. He isn't the doctor. He didn't have enough doctor power to change the script. Yeah, Bill was just useless. Bill was like, I swear to God, it was like every other episode she would look up at the doctor, she'd go, you know I don't like guys, right? You know guys suck, right? And he'd be like, yes, I get it. Move on. And she wouldn't move on. Well, now you don't get any gender. Now you just get metal parts. Nah. Terrible character. At least Nardo had a little comedic, value, but Bill was just bad juju from beginning to end. No, these are my observations, man. I mean, it's like, you know what? It's funny because they managed to pull it off. Where it was like when they changed Misty, when they changed the Master to Misty, I was like, oh God, they're getting ready for the big change. I knew they were getting ready for the big change. But I was like, all right, well, they haven't gone there yet. Let's see how they're setting us up. And Missy came on the scene. And Missy was fucking fabulous. Missy was smoking. It was, you want to talk about a character that was, just delicious from beginning to end. It was Missy. And even the way that they kind of capped that was all right. I've gone through a lot of it. Better you than me. Well, no, actually, it's good. It's good that you go through it because then you can report back and you can tell me if maybe I'm just being oversensitive putz. But from the moment I've had an upgrade came out of her mouth, I kind of wanted to beat her with a pipe. Or any other sort of solid objects in the close vicinity. And that's not like me, but they were screwing with something that I wouldn't say was sacred to me, but what had value to me. And once you change the context of it, so I'm sticking with it. Fuck Bill. I'm glad Bill ended up as a Cyberman because she hates men, but she ended up as a Cyberman, despite the fact they don't have genitalia, so I don't understand why they're called Cybermen, not just Cyber people. Fucking Cyber people. Gotta be politically correct in space. You know, there's no underwear in space. Lucas. He said there's no underwear in space. And yet, I haven't seen nipples since the 70s. And let's not even get into Tolkien. Because Rings of Power, the Amazon leap into the Tolkien world, there's no way you're swimming in the ocean in a sheer white nightgown and nipples are not showing. And yet, it appears elves don't have nipples. Of course, why would they have? Well, no, that would just make them too sexy. We don't want elves to be sexy. So I'm pontificating all my anger at the feminist propaganda by castrating Bill and Lady Gladriel in Rings of Power. Lady? Yeah, whatever. Absolute Wonders, I'm scanning through a lot in my synapses real quick. All right. No, I can't answer it in the way that you asked it. What I can give you is my one top moment for emotional response. And that was the last episode of David Tennant's series. Which, for some reason, the title's escaping me. Because it seems to me it was like the 11th hour followed that. I think. But that last episode, even with the really comedic, worst rescue ever scene, the Sarah Jane cutaways, the cutaways to, to Mickey and to, you want to talk about, it drained every tear from my body, the first run. So I wouldn't say it was absolute fucking wonder, but I would say that was the biggest emotional reaction I had of all of New Who. Where I was like, I was so devastated to see him go. And granted, I was accepting it and it was art because of the way they did it. That was that had the most emotional impact of the new version of the Doctor Who series. The second being where Tennant and Rose were separated. I want to say that was Doomsday, Part 2, I want to say. That was the second most emotional. But in regard, I mean, you're saying, you asked wonder and I'm giving you emotion. But so I'm thinking that these are kind of the same sort of thing. And emotionally, yeah, Smith didn't get me too much. I want to say Capaldi with the confessional. I forget the episode name, but I would say that's the third. I want to say that's the third one that had the most emotional response to me, from me. Because I don't think I've seen an episode that I was like, wow, this is beyond me. Or that took me to a new level of, oh my God, this is kind of like occasionally Star Trek will do it where you're like, okay, we've introduced a piece of technology and you're going, holy shit, that could possibly work. And that's where you go into the wonder mode. You're not talking about Madame Pomperion, right? Not Marie Antoinette. I mean, I'm sure they must have got to her at some point. But you're talking about the Clockwork episode. Madame de Pomperion? I don't... You're going to have to remind me because if there was a Marie Antoinette episode, because Marie Antoinette was let them eat cake, right? But I think you're thinking of Madame Pump something or other, where he rode the horse. It was the Clockwork episode. Really? Well, I know the difference between Margaret Thatcher and Marie. Yeah, beheaded for let them eat cake. Isn't that what she's known for? See, now I'm gonna have to. Now we're gonna end up getting into a dork bitch fight. All right, now you know I'm pretty sure I know the episode you're talking about, and I know I've watched it at least 4 or 5 times, but I'm gonna have to rewatch it. Because perhaps I missed some subtext that I should know. I didn't realize that was Marie Antoinette. Although I know Marie Antoinette was French. No, you know, I'm not looking her up. I'm going to look up the episode, though, because I am still clinging to my, all right. I hate to cheat like this. Doctor Who.
Yeah.
All right. Girl in the fireplace. Oh, come on. Pompadour. Yeah, I was right about that. It wasn't Marie Antoinette. See, I was right. Aha! Madame de Pompadour.
Here are some triumphant blasts.
Mistress of King Louis the 15th. Margaret Thatcher. Nice try, though. I was born on a day, but not yesterday. I mean, granted, my understanding of history might be completely... So what? They changed the name? Because, I mean, I just had it up here on the screen. Well, according to the Wikipedia, she died of old age. And from what I understand, Marie Antoinette was beheaded. Look, I'm there. You look it up. You double check your facts. Perhaps. All right, you know what? Maybe I'm not remembering something that I should be. Oh, wait a second. So you're saying that it was a parallel. So what you're saying is they made a fictitious character that didn't lose her head, but there's historical context. All right. Let's search this the way you said, though. Doctor Who. Oh, it does say that, though. Oh, but no. That's the ship's name. Was Marie Antoinette. It wasn't the name of the character. All right. Easy killer. Yeah, I know, you're wrong. According to what I'm looking at, I mean, in the end, it doesn't matter who's right or who's wrong. This is all intellectual debate, but yeah, the only mention of Doctor Who Marie Antoinette was in The Pyramids of Mars, which is a Tom Baker episode where he says he uses her hairpin to pick a lock. So it wasn't a metaphor. They weren't trying to cover up an implication that they were making. The ship name, the marionette ship, was called the Marie Antoinette. So, and what do I win for that? Nothing, but look, you told me to look it up. I'm looking at the same stuff that it's going to show you. I mean, yeah, references to Marie Antoinette doesn't mean that that's what the character was based off of. The ship that was in that episode was named the Marie Antoinette, but the character wasn't named Marie Antoinette. All right, but now you've triggered a deep dive, though. So now I'm going to have to go through the episode. I'm going to have to do my research. Sober. I mean, don't get me wrong. Fantastic episode. And the fact that David Tennant made out with her was kind of like liberating. I think that's the other reason why I kind of like the David Tennant character, because he was like, well, that's because you're emotionally involved. But this is that, you know, you take that annoyance and you channel that into research. I mean, and I am still open-minded. I mean, it's still possible. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. I have been drinking, so. I mean, and David Tennant looked so young back in that episode, too. So, you're saying I'm just... All right. I'm believing what I want to believe without empirical evidence to back me up. Because I'm vested in the outcome that much, where I think that my consciousness can rewrite history. I mean, granted, I mean, this is kind of a whip your dick out scenario where we're just like, who knows more about Doctor Who? In the end, I mean, you know, I could safely go, all right, well, you win, and walk away from the battle. But no. But you know what? True wisdom is knowing that I'm an idiot. So I will go back and I will watch that episode again. And I'm going to do my damn research. Why am I spending this time to do this? I don't know. Shits and giggles, really. But she's not named. The character isn't named it. The ship was named it. But again, all right, let's table it. Let's table it. It doesn't need to be solved this second. And obviously, I'll be seeing you again in the future. And luckily, I have the resources where I'll be able to do my deep dive. I mean, and either way, I mean, it was a good episode. That was the introduction of that clockwork stuff. What's the word they use for it? It's not retro, it's steampunk. You're not going to bait me back into this. Again, it's tabled. It's tabled. It's tabled. But I am a big enough fan. If I'm wrong, I will come back and say I'm wrong. But I'm gonna deep dive it tomorrow. Again, I could conceivably be wrong. It's been a long time since I've seen the episode, and I'm not objecting at all to watching it again. But I'll be refueled by tomorrow, I'll tell you that.
According to this, you're not even in here. See, what's real and what's false is really depends on when you look. What am I at? 121 plus 7, 128. Oh, yeah, because Mickey was in that one, too. It's funny because considering all the Rose episodes, I really wasn't fond of Mickey. Excuse me. See, but this is good conversation, though. Even if we come from different points of view and different beliefs, I enjoy the fact that there's passion in it at all. Period. Considering it is fiction. Well, now they're getting another view from me because I have to double check. I have to double check my accuracy because I do have a certain degree of, for some reason I don't know why, it's a certain degree of pride in my knowledge of Who lore. And although I could be wrong, I'm going to go back and double check. Yeah, I will admit, if I find the facts do not favor my belief, but it doesn't change the fact I've been streaming for 5 hours. And where at some point, generally, I'll fall into sleep stream. I ain't falling into stream sleep tonight. I think I'm just gonna let the cards fall where they may. Let my body fall where it may. But it's nice. It's nice to talk to someone who has the same sort of passion for it, to the point where you almost bristle. That in and of itself is kind of worth it. And of course, there's Grace. Interesting way of quantifying that. Because I don't recall it dropping a tear on the Marie episode, but I remember dropping a tear on when, they were separated. I want to say it was Doomsday Part 2. And I remember thinking, oh, that's, you know what I mean? We were going in a different direction and they curtailed that right off. It's because Billy Piper was fucking smoke show. And I'm still, there's an interesting question. Alexa, how old is Billy Piper?
Billy Piper is 41 years old.
Really? Wow. You believe that shit? Piper's 41. She was 19 when she was playing that. That means she's like 4 years away from not being able to have kids. Well, I'm going to have to step up. Because there's nothing she'd want more than a pseudo-fat, poor white guy from America. But, you know, she's in her 40s, so she's got to be getting desperate at this point. You're like, Nicholson? I guess so. All right, can I concede? So I don't have to do the research tomorrow? No, I'll do the research anyway. As I've said, it's very possible I'm incorrect, especially after that much beer, but now I got to find it out for my own sanity, so. I can't believe this is like I'm doing like full work shifts in here. And that was not Chibnall, not Davies. Saying. So at this point of the evening, I'm going to concede to the possibility of being wrong and willing to do the research to well, to find the truth, I guess. So what you're saying makes sense. So at the same time, I gotta double check myself and go, well, true wisdom is knowing I'm an idiot. So double check it. There are other hills to fight on. Doesn't mean I'm not going to examine the hill again. But I'm going to look at the mix of the letters, though. Because I've been fooled before. Well, that's the thing. I mean, like I said, you know, I couldn't name the top awe-inspiring episodes, but I could tell you which ones were most emotional for me. Because that is what stood out. And still, if my brain wasn't floating in alcohol, I'm sure I'd be in even more. But my synapses are telling me, oh, no, Kev. It's time. I'm at the end of my 4th beer. I got one more to nightcap me, and I'm pretty much done. But decent. It's been a pleasure. With any luck, I'll see you tomorrow after I do my friggin' research. I'm probably wrong. But I can't go in unarmed. So with that, love you, man. Take care. Good night.